Übertragung wird erstellt. Chat wird mir angezeigt. Siehst du bei YouTube jetzt was bei mir? Ja, da steht Learning. Hier. Okay. Ah ja, sehr cool, sehr cool, sehr cool. Dann klappt das. Ist natürlich jetzt das falsche Thumbnail eigentlich. Moment, muss ich mal gucken, ob ich da irgendwas finde, um es noch anzupassen. Ja, aber ich habe noch kein. Da sieht man, glaube ich, Team Slytherin als Hintergrundbild. Das passt jetzt nicht so. Images, wir nehmen nochmal das. So, speichern unter. Downloads. Nee, so geht's nicht. Ja, genau. Okay. Ja, dann vielen Dank, dass du noch beim Testen jetzt geholfen hast. Ja, ja, sehr gut. Nehmen wir das Bild. Und ich mache den Stream dann aber auf Englisch, weil ich das dann auch für parallel aufnehme. Okay, dann vielen, vielen Dank und bis hoffentlich spätestens, ja, danke und bis hoffentlich spätestens Sonntag. Ja, bis dann, ciao. Einstellungen. So, hier noch raus. So, gleich geht's los. Ich muss noch aus dem Chat raus. Und gleich geht's los. Ich kann hier noch. Ich kann das Thumbnail jetzt, glaube ich, nicht mehr ändern. Aber das macht nichts. Live Control Panel, nochmal kurz in YouTube reingehen. Ob ich das noch ändern kann. Inhalte. Livestreams. Okay, da ist jetzt, sieht man jetzt sogar einfach direkt, auch ohne Thumbnail, das Richtige. Insofern ist es gut. Jetzt geht es auch gleich auf Englisch weiter. Doch, kannst du über YouTube unter Live. Okay, sehr gut. Protos hat mir gerade geschrieben. Das wäre natürlich gut. YouTube. Videos verwalten. Live. Streams. Da ist der Stream. Ich ändere den mal. Ah ja, Thumbnail hochladen. Mega cool. So, ich habe noch ein Bild eben extra runtergeladen. Eine Sekunde. Demonstrieren bei Downloads. Ah, es ist eine falsche Datei. Ich suche noch schnell ein Thumbnail raus. Das ist nämlich auf meinem anderen Rechner gespeichert. So. Der Soundtrack ist auf jeden Fall super. Das ist so ein kleines Thumbnail, ist besser als nichts. Speichern. Okay, Chat ist auch sichtbar. Sehr gut. Follow, like and subscribe. So. Okay. Ich bin sehr gespannt. Ich habe bis jetzt nur eine knappe Stunde, naja, so 1,5 Stunden reingeschaut. Okay, dann nehme ich auch auf für YouTube. Hello gamers and welcome to my first steps in Europa Universalis 5. I've only played a little bit as Castile and didn't watch all the tutorials and whatnot, so we're just going to jump right in my kind of learning experience. And what you can do here is you can play with a recommended country, and I will just quickly show it to you. And it's these: Norway, Holland, Hungary, Ottomans, Naples, and Castile. They all have like a different emphasis. On the volume a little bit. And so you can go for them, and then you can also activate a walkthrough. It's activated by default, but you can deactivate it. And there's an EU5 quiz on the Paradox webpage, and it suggested military for me, and suggested Ottomans for like an easy start, Castile kind of like advanced start, and France for a more difficult experience. We're going to play with any country because I also want to gather achievements. One thing that's new in EU5 is that like basically every single individual is kind of modeled. It exists in the game world, in the pops, in the parts of population, which also means that the province won't just flip its religion, for example. So you could have people of different religions in one province. And also there's like a thing with control and distance. So if you have no control in one of your provinces, you don't get any tax from it. And the money you get depends on your if you have control of it, then the money you get also depends on your crown status in comparison to crown control in comparison to the estates. There are already estates. And the estates usually get some of the money, or often, but you then also tax the estates. So quite interesting dynamics here at play. And as you can see, the map is huge. You can play a ton of nations. As you can see here, Iron Man disabled and achievements not available. We need to change that in the game rules. And what you need to do is there's obviously a tooltip, and we need to toggle this, and now achievements are available. There are no mission trees any longer. There are some missions and that you can get rewards, but you need to deactivate those in order to get achievements. So no missions to guide you. And if you're like a new player, it's most likely better to properly play those walkthrough scenarios with the recommended nations, and also then you have the missions as well. But I just want to jump in. Now the question is with whom to start. We could go for Sweden. That's what I was considering, because the publisher is based in Sweden. We could go for Castile because it was kind of like the recommended nation for me. Well, we play the spirit of the nation, so to speak. We could go for Aragon because I think Paradox Tinto is based in Barcelona. young ruler here. We could go for Wales because I love Wales. We could also go for Hesse, which is my home state, but I don't want to play in the Holy Roman Empire. Just yet, Brandenburg, obviously, a very interesting choice with Prussia and so on. And Teutonic Order, also quite interesting, I think. Lots of interesting choices. Ottomans still very small, but they can blob, I think, a bit at least. Then you could go for Byzantine Empire. There's even like something in here still. There's still Epirus here. But there will be a DLC for the Byzantine Empire, I think, as well. One of the 3 DLCs that's on the roadmap. There will be one for the old alliance, like Scotland and France. And a third one I've just forgotten. So let's take a look at Sweden. Then Norway could be interesting, but Sweden, they have quite some military power, a bit on the edge. I think for a learning experience it might not be too bad. It's not too big. We have large neighbors in the east. We could maybe dive into this area here by conquering kind of the Baltic Sea regions. And primary culture is Swedish. So we can see where we should conquer first. We've got like 30 Norwegians as well. Catholicism is strong. Down here we've got Catholic Church. That's our memberships, I think, in international organizations. It's not the UN. It's not the UN. But it's the Catholic Church. And it's the Swedish-Norwegian Union, actually. Kingdom of Sweden and Kingdom of Norway. Who's in charge? I do not know. Subject. Scania is a fiefdom. We do get country bonuses. Always attack. And that's advances. So all the nations, well, basically there are ages. And I think they are triggered automatically. Yeah, here 1342, this age ends. This one ends 1437 and so on. So this happens automatically. There will be several institutions, not just one, that gets established. And then the advances are basically like the technologies. And here we get apparently country-specific bonuses. So only Sweden presumably can go for Swedish absolutism as an advance. Aren't you both under Denmark still? That's a good comment. It's a very good question. By Protos. Ah, no, it's still before that. Kalmar Union. Ah, okay. Yeah, so everything basically changes because EU5 starts in 1337 already. So maybe we can put Denmark under our rule. Yeah, and we should be ruling Norway, so that's good. Should give us some income and also some diplomatic experiences. And I won't dive into the details of the advances just yet because, there's so much micromanagement you can do, and if you start with it, then, we don't progress at all, and we want to learn on the job. Catholicism, the Catholic shield. So we've got some Catholic. Yeah, and also you get religion-specific advances as well. So if we were a Muslim state, we wouldn't get these advances as an option. Christianity advances, monarchy advances, and then settled country. A settled country is a country that needs to own locations in order to exist. Okay, because there's also some unsettled, like hordes or something. That's really nice and interesting. Let's check the description. And this guy is only 20. I'm kind of liking it. He also looks quite chilled. Also, your rulers now age as before, but they also changed their stats. The stats are pretty abysmal, I think. Let me check. Sweden, yeah, look at that. Here we can see same ruler. And yeah, here you can see decent stats. So actually this guy is horrible. Maybe that's why they got conquered by Denmark eventually. because of their capabilities, but they develop during the game. So, for example, this guy's already 45 and he's more competent. The Kingdom of Sweden is a feudal kingdom under the rule of King Magnus VII of Bjelbo, who also holds the crown of Norway. The Kingdom of Scania was bought from the impoverished Danes just a few years ago. That's this one. Our realm is vast but sparsely populated and mostly covered by forests. Inside those forests, riches of iron and copper remain hidden but can soon be exploited to enrich our country. That's good. Our realm faces challenges as we have recently clashed with the mercantile power of the Lord Republic of Veliki Novgorod over Ingria. It's cool, like a lot of introduction here. Ingria we can't click right now. There's still Denmark here as well. Where's Ingria? Is this Ingria maybe? Oreshek? Not sure where this Ingria would be. Is the search function here already? No. Used to be F, I think, but here it's not. We could go for observe, by the way, I think, without Iron Man, and then you can do those time lapses. Our ramp, challenge recent clash with the mercantile power of the, how powerful are they? They've got a good ruler. Their military is worse. So I think we should be fine. Locations, this is now the smallest unit. I think I heard that on average, every province from EU4 is now split into, on average, 7 locations. And here we see, and they are small, and they can be 3 stages. I think like a settlement, a town, and a city, or something like that. We'll see. This is not a tutorial video, by the way, just in case. While the Kingdom of Denmark and the Teutonic Order control most of the lands to the south, shall we be able to establish the Dominium Maris Baltici, the dominion over the Baltic? There should be also like an achievement, I think. We have 63 historical events, and that's really cool that this shows here. So, for example, Denmark has 70, England 233, Wales 3, Hungary 51, Brandenburg 61, 1 for the Golden Horde, Gergen 0. I think like those regions are also the places where you have some sort of like scope for, more details. And I think that the developer said they want to, the rest of his life, he wants to work more or less, work on the game. So this is like the basis, and there is more to come for sure. So let's hope it's successful and actually fun. So also you have like 3 different abilities. There are no mana points. So we've got administrative ability, diplomatic ability, and military ability, and even your generals will need, I think, administrative ability. I think, for example, for sieges. And here we can actually check that. While serving as a general, the abilities of King Magnus have the following effects. Here we can see it. All the abilities are important, even diplomatic for army morale. That is very interesting. And also food consumption. That's not bad. Initiative. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, he's pretty inefficient at everything, actually. What do we have here? Monarchy is our government type, settled country, and we are a kingdom. So country rank 3. I wonder how many ranks there are. King, county, duchy, kingdom, and empire. Okay. So I think I'm going to go for Sweden. We'll see. And as one thing you can see, I've got like the 3D map enabled. You can change it to a 2D map only, and that will save you lots of resources apparently. And it's also obviously a different visual style then. And when you zoom out, you get the country names and stuff. And then you zoom in and you get the details on the locations. And for example, this is, and when you, this is also when you mouse over, things change. So everything in the region of your mouse basically gets a name. But I think that's something you can change a bit as well. That's the rules. Country selection. There's a list with all the countries. Okay, that's interesting. We can search, sort by name, sort by difficulty. Yaldom of Iceland is easy. Iceland is a fantastic place to visit. Kingdom of Silesia. So where would Sweden be? Sort by difficulty. Look at this list. Holy crap. Yeah, that's a ton of countries or nations. These are the most difficult. Kingdom of Scotland is hard as well. Austria medium. So Sweden here easy. And these are like basically not rated, I think. And Sweden focuses on, there's a focus here as well, which I think that's also a nice touch. On politics. Okay, interesting. Portugal, obviously also a good choice with colonialism and stuff, but I want to do something a bit more compact first and focus a bit on conquering here. Multiplayer we don't want to do now. So that's something we can maybe also colonize, I guess. So let's go for Sweden. Sweden's Iron Man. I also want to save in the cloud. And achievements are available. I would like to look at the achievements here on this screen as well. You can do that on the main screen. In the main menu, you can look through all the achievements. They're also sorted by difficulty. But now, where I'm choosing the nation, it would be cool to see that as well. And by the way, I'm also recording for YouTube at the same time. There are 5 people watching. That's really cool. Thank you very much. It's much appreciated. The Kingdom of Sweden is a feudal kingdom. Okay, we read that already. And also, what I think is new, you get relevant hints. I didn't really check them out yet at my very, 1.5 hours in the tutorial. Start the learning walkthrough. You can not run the learning walkthrough with missions disabled. Yeah, because you're supposed to learn about military and stuff by doing those missions, and we have to play without missions because I do want achievements. Rebel movements. Your parts of population will join rebel movements when their pop satisfaction falls below falls below their pop join rebels threshold. It's still, obviously in such a huge game there will be bugs. I hope they're not game breaking. If there's something like this, it doesn't really matter. I don't see there's like an F1 and report a bug thing. Rebel movements will gain progress towards open revolt every month, depending on their support. When reaching 100% support, they will start a revolt or a civil war. The most frequent reasons for rebel support are low stability, discriminated cultures and religions, and angry estates. The estates are up here. So we've got 2, 3, 4, 5 estates. We'll look at them later. There's the distribution here in this pyramid kind of thing. And then this is our income and our treasury. Then we've got our stability. The stability is not -3 to +3. It's a moving, it's a value, many more increments, and I think it goes to, it trends towards 50. So we are 29, which is not good, but this is also the reason why we have this monthly change, I think. But we actually have a decay of the base value for every country is plus 0.5. So we're actually decaying, but we have a monthly change +1. So the 50% is okay. So I think the 50% is because we are, okay, so 0 would be 50%. I see. Okay. And because we are at 29 and we lose 0.5, our decay is 14. Yeah, presumably. You can spend money to prevent that. There's no mana. Maybe money is the new mana. Maintain federal status. Clergy ratio. So the more primary religion clergy ratio, that helps us a lot. Okay. Recommended actions. Keep the stability and legitimacy as high as possible. This is a legitimacy. It's actually growing. Crown power, pop leaf, rebels threshold, great power score. Monthly change of 0.27. That's good. Base value for every country is -1. But we are investing quite a lot of coin, as you can see. We could invest less and have more money. So that's an option. Move an army to a province with unhappy pops. That should help. The presence of your troops will make them more understanding. I like that. Ultimately, increasing the satisfaction of rebellious pops is what matters. What matters most. Make sure the most numerous cultures in your country are accepted or tolerated, ensuring the rebelling pops are able to buy as many of their pop needs. Yeah, that's also a new thing. They have needs. You can even like brew beer and stuff, I think, as possible from the market. Keep estate satisfaction high, since it severely impacts the satisfaction of all its constituent pops. Grant a privilege to a estate, yeah. Lower taxes, extra hands. Societal values such as communalism and decentralization can also influence the likelihood of rebellion growth. Rebellious pops will join to different rebel movements depending on various factors. For instance, pops of discriminated culture will tend to join nationalist rebels. Pops demanding goods. Pops will try to buy the goods they need for their daily life from the market of their location. If pops are not able to buy all the goods they demand, their pop satisfaction will decrease accordingly. If their pop satisfaction falls below their pop join rebels threshold, be it for want of good or else, pops might start to support a rebellion against the government. Recommended actions. Keep stability, legitimacy, and estate satisfaction high. Expand your production of the demanded goods by building RGO, resource gathering operations. That's a new thing. And buildings from the goods production panel. So like in NO, you basically have like a production chain now. Import the goods from other markets, spending trade capacity. Also, we don't send our merchants around and have those flowing charts basically, or those trade flows. Having unsatisfied pop demands is not necessarily worrying as long as pops are not rebelling. There are rebel hints. You can always open like your hints, which is here. You can also just go on the hints and go for whatever hint you want. And these are the hints we've currently got. Then we've got buildings or RGO missing employees. Okay. Different buildings employ different social classes. If there are not enough free pops available of the required social class, when a new building is finished, peasants will start to promote according to the local pop promotion speed of the location. Buildings can also lose employees when pops die due to diseases, sieges, or starvation. Recommended actions. Do not build in locations that are already missing too many employees. Increase. That's also like completely new. Back in EU4, you just build a building and that's it. Increase important sources of promotion speed for the location, stability, literacy, and control. Build a library. That's more like in EU. It's like in Wiki 3. Build a library and a university in our most important locations. Consider destroying the less useful buildings to free up some workforce. Urban locations have a higher base amount of available upper-class pops. Remember, a location needs to have at least some available peasants for promotion to occur. You can check the local pop promotion speed in the demography tab of the location panel. Okay. Possible reforms. I think Leana Hefer said it took her like an hour to unpause. I think it'll take me even longer. Government reforms are one of the most defining characteristics of our country. We should always have all our possible reforms enacted. Press the plus button under the crown card in the government panel to enact a new reform. That's a new thing and that's really important. The crown card in the government panel. Government panel is up here. We'll check all these out in a moment. Extra hints. As the game progresses, more government reforms will become available via advances and events. So we talked about that a bit already. Government reform costs the ability to revoke and take a long time to implement. Choose them with care. Some government reforms require your country to tilt towards one particular societal value. Okay, like land versus naval and stuff. Okay. Cabinet actions. This like the cabinet kind of replaces your advisors. Cabinet actions are among the most powerful tools we have to rule our nation. We should be using all our available cabinet seats at all times. Go to the government panel, see the cabinet actions available to us, integrate province. If we have newly conquered territory, that's also in here then. Okay, stabilize country if stability is low, strengthen government, diplomatic endeavors, change societal values, develop province to increase development. Development represents how cultivated the land is and how much it is used by the pops living there. The higher the development, the more people can live there, and the more it can be exploited. That's good. Cabinet actions can also be used to convert other religions or assimilate other cultures. You can also automate the cabinet from the automation panel. There's like a dedicated panel here for automation. Because, the game will help you. You can delegate a lot if you wanted to. Characters appointed to the cabinet will increase the estate power of their estate. Oh, okay. New cabinet actions will unlock in later ages. Research. We should make sure our country is researching new advances at all times. Go to the advances panel. Should be somewhere here, I guess. Here. And choose the advance that suits your needs. You can also click on the empty flask icon in the top right. That's this one. To open the technology panel. If you do not feel prepared, okay, you can automate as well. I don't want to automate. Unused research points will be stored up to a point, that's good, after which they will go to waste. You can increase our research progress by increasing our average literacy and the estate satisfaction of our clergy. Possible rivals. Rivals are countries that we publicly declare as hostile to our interests. The purpose of rivals is twofold. As a diplomatic tool, declaring rivals helps us make friends with their own enemies. As an offensive tool, we can fabricate casus belli against our rivals and intervene in war against them. That's cool with the intervention. And the casus belli apparently only against rivals. Is that possible? Maybe. Observe the rivalries and alliances of our neighbors and pick the same rivals as the country you want to ally, but beware of making too powerful enemies in the process. You can wait until other countries have declared their rivals before making your move. I think I need to turn up the recording speed a bit. The recording volume of the audio should be better now. So you get some of the music. Build a spy network in our rivals in order to fabricate a casus belli against them. You do not need to declare all our available rivals. Okay, you had to do that basically in EU4. Remember, you can right-click to alert to discard it. Having rivals will also allow you to be called to their wars in the opposite side. Manpower. That's also new. Basically, you have your levies, and they are recruited from your own population, and you've got your manpower for regular troops, and then you've got mercenaries. That's a new system. So if your levies die, then your workforce is gone. That's a drastic change. Our manpower is our reserve of men ready to be recruited as regulars for our armies. Regulars are vastly superior to levies in battle, but they are expensive, so not every country can afford them at the beginning of the game. Recommended actions. If we are relying on regulars to wage war, having low manpower severely limits our ability to replenish our armies. So it is not wise to declare war while we have low manpower. If we are running out of manpower while at war, think about making greater use of levies, hiring mercenaries, or even consider suing for peace. We can develop our nation's maximum manpower and ability, estate privileges and so on. Sergeantry. Gives us local crown power, that's good. Monthly manpower as well. So currently our manpower as we can see here is 0, and our monthly manpower is +0. We can store up to 5 years of manpower of our monthly production. Awesome. No manpower. No allies. An alliance is a treaty between two countries that allows them to enter each other's wars. If we are attacked, our allies will receive a call to arms. Go to the diplomatic actions. Okay, we will have to check that. Extrains, beware, our allies might also call us into their own wars. Do not ally countries that are looking too vulnerable, or we might find ourselves in the losing side of a foreign war. You can always dismiss a call to arms, but that will spell the end of our friendship and tarnish our diplomatic relation. Negative balance. We have a negative balance. If we are not careful, this could lead to debt or even bankruptcy. Go to the economy panel to see our income and expenses. You can move the sliders to raise taxes or lower costs. Ensure all our buildings are profitable or build more if we can support them. You can do this in the production panel. Managing or leveraging our estates can also provide significant gains in the short or long term. Be aware that these states can also hold significant political might, and relying too heavily on them may be risky. Setting up the profitable trades is also a great source of income, okay, in the trade panel. Okay, so we went through this. Okay, what do we have here? Two. We have two markets. We are apparently in the Novgorod market. Let's open the map mode. So that's the Novgorod market. There's also the Stockholm market, and then there's the Oslo market. Why are we in the Novgorod market? Control Q is the normal map. Let's check that again. Ah, okay. Look at that. We can actually, it shows it as well. And here we can see why we are in the market. So in which market is this province? This here. In which market? I don't know. Okay. What else do we have here? Government, empty cabinet slots. We need to fill them. Okay, this is actually the outliner, apparently. Our pop needs in the Stockholm market. Fur, fruit, fine cloth, salt. Oh, basically we need everything. It seems. Okay. Whew. Okay, let's go through to our government. Okay. We can form a new country. Scandinavia tier 3. That's interesting. We need way more locations. And then we could go for tier 3, the Sound Toll. Available in the Age of Discovery, requires merchant guilds. Control over the Öresund grants us the right to impose the Sound Toll on all foreign ships passing through the Danish Straits. That's cool. Legacy of the Kalmar Union in Renaissance available. Unified Scandinavia. Okay. We're not going to do that right now. Our capital is here, Stockholm. That's our king. He's a scholar, so that's good for our literacy. That's nice. And an embezzler. That's not so nice. And he will gain a trade in 18 years. Our estates are Kronan. This is the power of the government itself. The power of the crown. Power of the crown, basically. The power not granted to the states. In general, it is better to have the government estate have as much power as possible. We could add a reform. Everything leads to something. For example, here we go for conciliatory to traditionalist. Trade office network actually looks nice. Aristocracy.  30 aristocracy is. 30 aristocracy. 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 30 aristoc Changes with... An aristocratic country is about having the leadership from those with noble blood, while a plutocratic country takes their leadership from the richest and most powerful. So I think going for autocracy is actually nice. Gives us crown power. I want that. What if I select that now? Autocratic monarchies concentrate power in the hands of the ruler. The state is often seen as their personal property. It is not uncommon for rulers to have ministers and supporters, but these are then referred to as members of the royal household. Let's cancel and quickly browse through them. We can't go for this. Yeah, for these we can't go. Trade office network also sounds good, with the reduced building costs and such. Food production also sounds good, but we go towards serfdom as a value. And the other is free subject. Exploiting peasants. I think we go for autocracy, so let's do that and see what happens. We reformed our monarchy, making autocracy a part of what defines it. Okay. And here, did that cost money? I don't think so. We can have 2 reforms. I think changing that would cost us, but it might take us time to implement. Government reform, completion. Yeah, it's gonna take like 2 years almost. And it costs us stability to remove it again. So this is interesting. Also, these cost us stability to remove. We've got the Adelsstandard. That's the aristocrats. We've got the... It also says which countries they like. So this is the priests, artisans, merchants, and so on. That is the Swedish Bondestandard. This is the state which represents the population who usually lack power and prestige. So like peasants and soldiers and stuff. They are pretty satisfied, that's good. They are trending upwards. They are kind of going below 50%. I don't like that. Now we have tribes, but there are hardly any tribes actually. So let's say we were to do something for our aristocrats. We could bribe them. That's interesting. We could also add money as the mana. Add new state privilege. Banal lordship, elaborate court life. Elite council, feudal mercenary contracts. What is this 100%? Estate power. Wow, 100% is like a lot. Manorial courts, maximum tax goes up, efficiency of our cabinet goes down. Nobility controlled serfdom, peasant food consumption goes down. I don't want them only nobility as leaders, that's an option. Primacy of the nobility, discipline goes up, and we get monthly progress to quality. But this gives them power plus 100%. That's a lot. So how much power would they get? But I think discipline is something I do want. So let's actually do that and see what happens. So this is now 42%, and let's see what happens. Privilege to Adelstandard. We have been gracious enough to grant primacy of nobility to the Adelstandard. Oh, I think I gave them the wrong one. Oh no, it's the correct one, okay. So now they are happier. Still here it says 42%, and here it says monthly change is actually going down more, obviously. But the resting point is higher. Yeah, it's still 100%. I think there needs to be like a tick, or it needs to be implemented for a change. I think this should go up presumably, but building rights reduces building costs, plutocracy, market attraction, burger land rights, commercial advisory, trade capacity, gold output goes up, minting threshold goes up. That's interesting. Yeah, you can do so much. It's incredible. And is there a limit? I don't think there's a limit. Okay, government autocracy, so reform. That's happening. We need to do something with the cabinet. But here we also have a parliament. You can get stuff through parliament as well. Base support, request additional taxes, fabricate casus belli, ask for larger levies, ask for changes, law changes, force parliamentarians. So there are also laws, basically like in Victoria, I guess. So we can now appoint cabinet members. We have some options here. We can sort them as well. So this dude is basically really good. Diplomatic ability. Yeah, we definitely have to take this guy. And then we are also going to assign Canute. This is going to be a general. Military cabinet action. Train general cost reduced. Train admiral cost. Oh. He would give us plus 9.5% army morale. And this more kind of jack of all trades. Still plus 5.2. And this as a... Let's go for the nested tooltip. As a general. Less army morale, but a lot of discipline. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make him a cabinet member of the cabinet. Canute. 7 viewers, thanks a lot for tuning in as I'm trying to learn EU 5. We expect to see our country greatly benefit from this. Okay, show character information. So we can marry to a lowborn, to a noble, promote him to head of cabinet, change cabinet action. Interesting. Hire courtier, spend gold to encourage a new character to enter our court. Also interesting. It's like search for knights in Crusader Kings 3, I think. And then we've got the laws. Okay, in categorized. Our court language is Scandinavian. Interesting that it's like dialects, Norwegian and stuff. Religious laws, limited censorship, air, religion, marriage law. Okay. I think we can change that here. Socio border controls, open borders. Yes and no. If I was to, we already codified open borders for border controls. Okay, and then I can click here. It costs us stability quite a lot, and then we can change it. I see. I get it. Yeah, here, this is what we've got. Noble controlled mining operations. We can change it. Okay. Very important stuff. We can go through that as well. Click through it. Nice. Okay, now then. Values. This is like kind of where we're trending towards. Traditional economy, individualism, spiritualist, aristocracy is fine by me. I want to go for centralization. Innovative is really good, I think. Yeah, okay, so we've seen government. Let's take a look at economy. So we've got our tax base and our tax efficiency, which is hampered by our bad crown power and our ruler, who is an embezzler. We can take out loans, we can pay debts, We have an income and an expense. So basically it's like a balance sheet. Hide unused balance. Aha. Interesting. I don't want to hide it because it's exploration and stability and stuff. Buying food, building subsidies, buildings abroad, incredible. Okay, what we can do here is minting. Can we do that, or do we not have gold? We do not have gold. So we would need to buy gold, and then we can mint and create our own coin. And back in EU4, you would always get like an inflation when you have a gold mine and you can't stop it producing and stuff, and it could get depleted. I don't know if it can get depleted in EU5, but if you just produce a little bit of, or if you just mint some coin, like this, roughly, at least in the tutorial, then you don't get inflation. Then here we can change the tax. Apparently we are not allowed to tax them. That's interesting. Then we've got the idle stand. They are being taxed and we get some coin from them. We could tax them a bit more. But as you can see, it's hardly any difference. The Borgestead make the money for us. That I actually rather want to reduce the tax a little bit to keep them happier. And the Bondestead, the poor people, yeah, we could tax them. That's like the maximum tax, I guess. Yeah, 31%. And it doesn't make too much of a difference. A little bit. We can afford that. Okay. Tribe tax, there's no. And here you can see there are so few, we don't get any coin from them. So I think the best thing we can do is go to 0. It makes them happier. Might help us with food production as well. Army maintenance is full. We could automate it. Deactivate to automatically raise the army maintenance at the start of conflict. Raise the... Yeah, let's actually keep it in order to not forget it. Same with fort maintenance. We could save some money here. Because we are really like bankrupt. Yeah, that's a bit too much maybe. Let's at least save a little bit of money. Cost of colonies, we don't have colonies. Diplomatic spending. And that's it for what we're spending. We've got the markets here. Here you can see you can always automate your trade and stuff. We've got the Stockholm market. What can we do here? Swedish trade capacity in Stockholm. Missing inputs in the Stockholm market. All of our government needs are satisfied. All of our building needs are satisfied. That's good. But here we have a problem with these guys. It's good that we get this overview. Let's actually check. No goods available with this search criteria. Let's go for gold. Is there gold available? No. Yeah, we could click to sort by goods balance. So we don't have an overproduction at all whatsoever. Here we can select a market to import. But could we not get gold and import it from another market? At the same principle? No goods available? That's a bit odd, right? Because I presume cloth is something that we might be able to... Okay, let's actually quickly click OK here. Truly building Okay, profitable. Here we have some fur in the Stockholm market, and here we've got cloth buildings. Show cloth buildings. So where are our cloth buildings? The Spinners Guild and the Rural Cloth Maker. Aha. Number of rural cloth makers. Like none, basically. But there are lots of available people. So how much would it be to build a rural cloth maker in Södertälje? 35. It would employ 1,000 people. They get satisfaction. And the cloth would sell for 3.76, while the required goods cost 0.34. Requirements in the Stockholm market to progress is masonry, but we do have that. Let's build it. Now we can see it's going to take 305 days. Okay. So we would gain 1 cloth. Spinners Guild in Visby. Yeah, okay, it's even better in Stockholm. Do we have like a number of building slots that is kind of like limiting us? Let's check it. This is our town of Stockholm. Province Upland, provincial food, which goes into the province as well. Population. Clay in Stockholm. This is our resource gathering operation. So clay in Stockholm. What does that? No, let's stop that. I think that's what we would get. Requirements for construction lumber. So this is like what we could get there. This is the tech space. So we can build more buildings. Here we see, so also like the locations have 3 different values. You get topography, climate, and vegetation. And this matters for like everything. You need to build roads and so on to, connect to get more control in locations that are further away. So you could, for example, build a bridge across a river and stuff like that. And also it affects a lot of stuff. Capacity, supply limit. Yeah. Very, very interesting. Coastal location of Stockholm, that's also good. Roads. Here we can go for the road builder. We will look at that right now maybe, but there's no map. What do the colors mean? I don't know. But here we can see what it would cost to build to the specific provinces. Aha. That is interesting. And that's what we cannot afford. Maybe that's why it's red. This one is not red. We cannot afford. There is already a gravel road. There also will be different types of roads. So you start with gravel road, but then you can later upgrade it. Yeah, we can see it here. Paved road, modern road, railroad. So let's not build a road just yet. Okay, proximity of Stockholm. Text base, okay. Clay. That's the resource gathering operation here. And this is like, when you see this is like the map mode. So you can always change the map mode. And beeswax, copper, wild game, lots of wood. Could we actually build something here as well? Because it's also ours. Diplomacy. No, we need to check that. Kingdom, we are a fair bit stronger than them, but we are also the king of them. But we are the spirit of Sweden, so I guess that's the thing here. Um, so let's go back here. What current spread of institutions? 2 of 2. So we've got that spawn in Aachen, feudalism, and there's the legalism from Rome. Food productivity. Food in Stockholm is the local food. It's negative. We need to produce more food here. Available nobles, and that's like the types of troops that are available. Here we see we have a lot of buildings, and that's what available for. Okay, it seems to me, it's just an impression, that there's no building slots, and the limitation is basically the population. So everything in EU5, I think, from what I've seen, is based on like fourth level here, is based on the population, or a lot is based and evolving around the population. So what I would actually like to know is, okay, there are like lots of map modes here for economy, as we can see here as a tooltip as well. Text base, control, proximity to capital and market. So let's go for example, for control. So we have very good control in this area. So for example, this is 80%, so we can only benefit from 80% of the text base. And as you can see, this is already really bad everywhere. So here we have a maximum of 20%, and then we also have to tax the others. So you really need to get your infrastructure going. Aha, we can create markets. Interesting. Yeah, so that's a really, really important concept as well. Let's go for tax base, proximity to capital. Also, yeah, very far away. And then the actual map modes you get down here, and they are like, I don't know how many, like a lot. This is like the default quick access basically. And then this is all find map mode. That's good. I need to make a screenshot. I'm going to write an article about the game, or like a review. This is also why I have access already. So I want to take screenshots as well. And there are already 14 people watching. This is quite impressive. Thank you very much. Technical fortification, diseases, maritime presence, harbor capacity, which is also quite important, I think. Topography, and so on. So let's go here again. Text-based development, prosperity, location ranks, raw materials. That's important. But basically, you know, because the text base is so low, only things that are around Stockholm. Where's Stockholm again? 1 second. Let's go Q. Here's Stockholm. So what we can do also, I can do control groups like in an RTS. So I make this control group 1. And when I press 1 now, no, it doesn't work. Okay. It worked in the tutorial. Wait 1 second. Let's select Stockholm, control 1. No, somehow it's not working. I don't know why. But what we can do is we can, put it here. And I think we need to work on Stockholm and improve stuff here. Let's go back to the... Okay, this pops up automatically. That's actually good. And let's go back to the resources. So we've got clay here. Okay, that's not too thrilling. We don't have any gold, I guess. I would like to search a province with gold now. Okay, legend key. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, this shows us, interesting, ember. So where can we get gold? Is there gold here? Impossible, okay. But I think this might be gold. Well, it's just highlighted because it's impossible. Yeah, we don't have gold. Okay, we need to import it somehow. fish, marble, wool. I mean, wood would be quite nice. So let's check the control. It's basically only these 3 provinces I can realistically build in. Let's go for this. So wheat, sturdy grains, and wheat. Wheat in the Stockholm market. What can we use clay for? Clay is a type of soil that has been used by humanity for the production of pottery and ceramics since prehistoric times. Another main use is it's in construction, in combination with other materials or in the creation of bricks. Clay tablets were also one of the first writing methods invented, so its impact in the development of civilization is undeniable. But is it also impacting us? Market balance is minus 4.19 because our supply ain't sufficient. So there's already less control. Yeah, this is like the proper Stockholm. So, okay, we can expand the RGO. Let's actually do that. Output per level is 1.18. Profit per level is 0.58. We need to do that in order to get into the positives. And let's also expand it here once. What I really like is that we get the, you know, the, 1 second. Middle mouse button also freezes it. Here we see what demands the wheat. Beer, workshop, for example, that's important. Transport costs, each wheat costs 1 trade capacity. This, I don't know where our trade capacity is. We lose prestige. That's bad. Oh, because of the fort maintenance, maybe. Hop needs. Shortages in Sweden. We do not currently need any more wheat. Okay. Now, Lund, Uppsala. This is all where we can build wheat. I see. Oh, interesting. This also shows us where we can build, and we can sort it by the resource. I think wood is interesting. As you can see, it's not the greatest resources we've got here. And this is the profit per level. But multiplied by control. And here you can see it's 1, so it's going to be each additional level of this RGO would add 1.41 to the tax base of this location. But then selling to Stockholm market. Yeah, but I think this is already the actual profit, or is it just the tax base because it's multiplied by control? There are 0 laborers available, but there are peasants available. Now Uppsala, but if we don't need it, it doesn't make sense. And this is in Scania. We're not controlling any Norwegian provinces. As you can see, we are just a small nation, and look at how many locations we've got. Let me consider lumber. And control local crown power ain't great. I've got a tar kiln. I think that Promoting lumber. Profit per level is 0.38. That's not much. It costs us quite a bit. But I think more lumber is the way we need to take. And we can actually already see it reduces. It reduces. Okay, we would have less laborers than we actually need, so that doesn't really make sense. Sturdy grains, for example, is the same. What could the peasants do? Irrigation farming village. Is that something we can build, like a market village? Effects on the location, plus 100 laborers, that's good. Possible soldiers. Local food capacity. Trade advantage, trade capacity. Possible production, that's massive. I mean, there's so much you can do here. And what about the effect of a market village here in this location? Where did I click? They've got a cathedral in Uppsala, nice. Sturdy grains. I think I clicked on this, right? So there would be like and what can we build here? So for example, for the peasants, we can go for irrigation. What's the effect? We need some masonry. It's going to take quite a long time. Proper cultivation of our land is key to feeding our population. Local food production goes up, I see. What can we do with you? Royal Court. Monastery Scriptorium, that's nice. Build Scriptorium in a new location. I don't want to build it in a new location. Oh, we don't have one yet, I think. And what can you do? Marketplace, we've got some. Potter's Guild, Tools Guild, Naval Guild, we've got some guilds. Dye Maker, we don't have. Library, we don't have. We can't afford either. There are not enough books in the Stockholm market. Interesting, that's funny. Okay, that's a ton of things we can and have to do. An orchard would be nice. A granary. I think we do that in one of the other buildings. Bauxite iron smelter. A sergeantry would be important. I don't think we have a sergeantry, right? Local crown power goes up by 25%. Can recruit regiments here. Yes. Very costly. Could we build a sergeantry here as well? On whom did I click for that? Yeah, I think we can't. I think we can't because we need to build it with the soldier population. And we have a castle here. So that means we can build it, but it also means we can't build it here, right? Is there like a dedicated okay. Military would be army. Demography. Okay, I think. What does the sand pit do? Sand has many uses, that's cool. Sorry, that is taking some time. But I think we're just going to build a sergeantry here in our main location. Now we get manpower, we need that. So 50 we can afford, I think. I don't think we can, but in the worst case we take up a debt because we really need that. Special conditions is this capital. Capital only. Building requirements. Capital only. A sergeantry can only be built in the capital of a country. City building, location rank. Town building is also possible, and sergeantry can only be built in the following conditions are true. It's the capital of the country and Sweden is a monarchy. Interesting. Okay, so let's build it. We need it. Let's take a look at goods. Oh, maybe we can buy gold here. I can search. Yeah, that's very good. Aha. And here I can import gold. We could import gold from a lot of locations. There's no surplus of gold. Where's the surplus? Sort by available surplus, sort by price of the good, sort by profit of operation, sort by the actual amount of good that are going to be transported. Let's go for the price of the good. So we could get gold from Prague. So buy is minus 4.94. Sell is 6.21. I think this is the price we would sell it for on our own market. And then that means we would make a profit, I think. So it actually makes sense. The profit doesn't really go up. Let's just do it with 1. Let's go for 2. Let's go for 2. And set up the trade. If we can, this gives the each location with a possible trade the color. Okay, there's the Prague market. Okay. Can we set up the trade? No, we can't. Why that? Why not? It seems I might just have to do that and then it's automatically done. Automate trade in the market, I don't want that. I want to do it manually, and we've got this now, unused trade capacity, okay. Let's get gold. And let's also get what else should we get? Books. No books available. Okay, wait. But I want to buy them. Books, no goods available, okay. Can I see here if we have a surplus or not? Okay, we have a lack of clay, we know that. We have a lack of... Actually, we have a lack of this. We could build this, but we don't have the coin now. We have a lack of fur. Fine cloth. We could buy. From Riga. Let's sort by price. Oslo is cheaper, but there's nothing available. It's not available at all. Liquor. We could import. It's already maximum. So we can't import more, unfortunately. Sugar. Nothing available. Coal. Solar. Ah, here we can... Holy crap. What the hell did I just do? Let's just get a little bit of this. Maybe I misclicked something here. Go for the sugar again. No, we can't get anything from here. So... furniture. Wait, I've misclicked. Economy. Trading. Holy crap, can't trades. Let's just increase that a bit. Suggested trades for government needs 0, for building needs 0, for population needs. There are some suggestions. Okay, that's actually very, very helpful. So they suggest let's get this. Some sugar. Things that are profitable, of course. Ah, I need to click that as well. I see. Okay. Trading salt has begun. We need to get this. And now it's up here. And now we've used up our market capacity, but I think that's fine. Our trading capacity. And I'm going to stop the YouTube recording here, but the stream will continue. Thanks so much for watching on YouTube. Until then, bye for now. Okay, I'm just going to drink something. And then I'm going to continue right now. And hello YouTube, welcome back to me learning EU5. We did some economy stuff with the market and the trading. Now we're going to look at the buildings. I mean, we did look at the buildings already. And actually, here we kind of see where we can build and stuff, I think. Building is open. Sergeantry, we are building. So I think we don't have a hospital, we can't afford it. We don't have a bridge. And here we can now choose where to build the bridge, kind of, I think. Example here. All pops from Bundesstaat in they gain, available laborers, promotion goes up, able to promote, requirements in Stockholm market to progress. This is what it costs. We could build a bridge here, but we're not going to build a bridge now. Okay, so production. We've got our society, cultural tradition. This is like, you know, the traditions, accepted cultures. Artists, 1. We can support 1 artist. Work of art, assimilation rate. We are mainly Swedish. Religion, very good unity here. Religion breakdown. Holy sites, we don't have any. Diplomacy. Managed subjects. Kingdom of Scania. They're paying us some money, that's good. We have no rivals selected yet. Let's select some rivals. We are definitely not going for the duchy. We could go for the Grand Principality of Muscovy, but it's too far away. It won't benefit us at all. I think we should go for Sweden. We are kind of perfectly balanced, but we need to go for Sweden. What is this great grand principality of Vladimir? Where's Vladimir? Can I search for him? Vladimir. Yeah, that's too far away. Sort by the opinion of us, sort by country name. Yeah, we need to go for Denmark. This is going to be our rival for sure. Okay. I don't want to create subjects. Known countries, organizations, Catholic Church, Holy Roman Empire, and so on and so forth. Burgundian Frank Comtois Marriage Union. Actions. Friendly actions. Is Denmark rival to anyone? Let's actually click on Denmark. Yeah, this is our stuff now, but yeah, let's click on them again. Friendly actions, hostile actions. Yeah, Atakwa, thanks a lot for tuning in and have a good night. Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm not really progressing that much yet, but it's in the nature of the game, I think. So we will see who their rival is going to be, and then we are trying to befriend them. Military. No army unit available, yeah, because I think we only have levies. So that's a bit problematic. Train a general. Navies, we don't have a navy. Geopolitics, known world. Okay, this is like Greenland and stuff. We could exploit, but without technology, it's going to take ages and cost a fortune. Maritime zones, privateers, holy moly. Plagues, there are also plagues in this game. And let's go for the advances. Here are the ages, we know when they, change. And we are not researching anything right now, I think. And this is the advances tree. So Age of Traditions. Lots of the stuff has been researched already. Can I filter by stuff that's not researched? And we are about to change. No currently active research. We can't go for anything here, obviously. Interesting how the outliner collapses and then you still see a little bit. That's actually quite cool. If you recall the concept for Stellaris and all sorts of Iron with those massive outliners, I prefer this very compact outliner. So now I need to research something. I think this is the only one we can research. Not in a research queue. We can add it to research queue. Get progress. Possible clerics in towns and cities goes up, and the max literacy goes up as well. Let's do that. Okay, and this will lead to further stuff. So let's actually check this. It's called Research Queue 1. We are researching, should say here now, current research, organized religion. Now let's take a look here. Yeah, organized religion. This one. We don't have it yet. Then we get classic scholasticism, guilds, which I think will be good. Universal Christianity, also helpful. We can't We can't research this. Why? We have embraced. We have embraced it. We haven't embraced it then, I guess. And yeah, so let's, yeah, because we've probably got this one. Okay, so we've got this done. We've taken a look at the states, at the gold, at the stability. Total population. This is also cool that the map mode automatically changes. That's very interesting. Legitimacy, prestige, diplomats. War exhaustion, manpower, sailors. Ledger, fantastic. Find locations and stuff. That's also what I did with pressing F. Europedia. Automation. Okay. Hardly, basically nothing is activated, but they choose what to build. We can leave that on for now. Hints, we've done that. Agenda, yeah, we've done that. I think now we need to look at this. Pops with needs. We can change that right now. Hardly any rebels, good. Unprofitable buildings, the weapons within Viborg. And all our weaponsmiths, basically. What's going on there? They are all not profitable. You can subsidize it to keep it employing as many possible pops as possible, or it will lay off workers. Well, it could lay off workers if it's not profitable. Not sure why that is. Can we sell weapons? We need to see if we can sell weapons. Like become an arms trader. Where was that again? Trading. No, that's... Where is it? Where is the trade? Balance markets. It's not it. Let me quickly check. I need to check something for the baby. I'll be back in a few moments. Just bear with me. Okay, hello guys, I'm back. Thanks a lot for sticking to the stream. There are even a few more people now. Thanks a lot. We are playing as Kingdom of Sweden. And we are just about to get started, going through the remaining information pieces up here. I'm also going to continue the YouTube recording. Okay, here we are again. And the timer, there we go. Okay. So rebel movements, unprofitable buildings. That's a problematic thing. Incompetent ruler. That's obviously really bad. And I need to keep the mobile phone switched on though, just in case. Okay. And unhappy states. Possible cabinet actions. No capacity to instruct to do more cabinet actions. Okay. Possible diplomatic actions. Possible reforms. Possible rivals. Welcome. Yeah, we checked that. So let's do one more reform then. Food, diplomatic reputation, religious influence. This ain't too bad. I mean, we would go towards traditional economy even further. State satisfaction, embrace institution cost would increase. But we have a tick towards traditionalist anyway. And more loyalty might be helpful, but no, I'm not convinced yet. Maybe let's go for the trade office. Trade range. Diplomatic reputation used to be good, but food production can also be very helpful. How do we stand with regards to serfdom? Do we like it or not? Let's check. Where was the values? Was it society here? Religion, culture? No. People? No. Societal values. Where are they? Where's the help? Is here. Societal values. Lost it. Okay, where can we find that? I want to find that. Government reforms country. So no good king. Let's check here. Where are they? I don't think it was here. I think it must have been society, right? Would make more sense. Religion, people. Societal, social classes. Diplomacy. It's not it. Yeah, well, let's go for friendly actions. Curry favors. I think we should try to be in good standing with the Grand Duchy. With the Livonian Order, maybe. Improve opinion. It costs us monthly diplomats. There are no individual diplomats. And it also costs an initial cost. Okay. Where can I find... those social stats? Total population. Prestige. Really weird, I can't find it right now. Here is our information. We can do some more cabinet action though, that was recommended. Ayakutia, no cabinet action assigned. Okay, that's what we need to do. Change societal values, local monthly development. Improve relations. Encourage migration. Expel people. Increase province control. Oh, that's nice. But he's more like a diplomat. Can I sort that by the type of action, maybe? Yes. Improve relations, assimilate. It's all not really what we need. What's the other dude like? He's also like a jack of all trades. He's a bit better, so he can increase control. I think upland. We can go maybe for like this, it's a bit further away. And he can also maybe, this guy can maybe develop upland. Should have done it the other way around, I guess. Maybe upgrade C. Okay. RGOs, missing employees, that's a shame. Possible reforms. Let's take another look. I think agricultural might be good. Where are those values? Political structure. It's all not clickable. Parliament. State Parliament. Cabinet. Laws. And state laws as well. Interesting. Values. Okay, that's it actually. And it was open when I returned actually from the baby, so should have known. So where is it? Traditionalist. It's moving in that direction. But currently we are a bit more innovative. It's good for literacy. Stability investment cost is lower. That's actually quite nice. Serfdom, we currently have 3 subjects. Yeah, I don't want serfdom, to be honest. Yeah, let's... I think it would be good to have something. Check. Maybe just enforce religious adherence. Monthly religious influence increases. And we become traditionalist. Well, let's go for the trade. What's a foreign building? To build a building in a location owned by another country. We don't need that. I might just go for this, but or agriculture if we discover like a food problem. But I think I'm going to unpause now for the first time. Yeah. Holy crap, here we go. Okay, look at that. Our gold income has actually increased. We might be about to build something more. Rivalry declared. They have declared us their rival as well. Let's reduce the speed. Let's check if they have more rivals than just us. I would like to see like a list. Relations, okay. Sweden has declared Denmark as their rival. I do want to see that from a Danish perspective. Denmark and Scania, that's our... Yeah. alliance with Brandenburg and Upper Bavaria. So who has an issue with Brandenburg? Potentially Poland. I think we need to improve our relations with them. They are very powerful. Once the diplomats go down, yeah, let's go. Improve that. We could do more. I think having the knights on our side would be quite nice as well. Okay, we've got that. Okay. And for now, I think Novgorod. Being at peace with them, I don't want to fight in the east. Would be helpful. There's also a lot of stuff you can do with all the pop-ups. Their happiness is improving. We send him to school or something. They lose happiness, but that's okay, I think, because it's trending to us 54.99, so that's still okay. We are gaining coin. Can we see the road network from here as well, or do we need to go for Stockholm? Effective control. Proximity. Building roads will help with that. But as you can see, there's already like a road network. It ends kind of here. And this is too far away, I guess, anyway. No, don't do anything here. What did I just do? I didn't mean to. Is there any information here? No. So maybe I didn't do anything. Let's check. Where was the road? Parliament, cabinet, laws. Action. I think it was in the government somewhere. Proximity to capital. That's the thing. You really need to pay attention to what you're doing, and it's totally new for me. So let's see, where was the road? Let's check this again. See if we can improve. No. Road. A connection between two locations. Armies march faster as well. There's no direct... I think I was like here on the province, and there's the roads builder. Yeah, but this is very costly. Look at the prices. Yeah, we can forget about that. Could go build to Riesberger. Where's that? It's over here. Because it currently goes this way around. Don't think that's worth it. one cabinet guy. Is he doing something? Developing upland, okay. Okay, control actually went down a little bit here. Could we see the cathedral? Something possible reforms, I know. Trade has run out of supply. Sold from Lübeck market to Stockholm is getting outcompeted by the Hansa, who has a higher trade advantage. Yeah, that's bad. That's also like a system. You need trade advantage. And then you get stuff first. Okay, let's change back to normal map mode. Let's go for govern. Terrain default. Political. Building-based countries. Pop-based countries. Government types. Country ranks. Dynasty. Court language. Integration. Looks good. Stability. Also good. Text space. Very bad. Development. Prosperity. Location ranks. Raw materials. It's important. Province food. Food productivity. Control. Okay, and suddenly we're at a minus. I don't know why. Diplomatic spending. I think we can reduce the diplomatic spending a little bit. And then we are almost making a profit again. Let's reduce the fort spending a little bit as well. So we make a slight profit. And I will let it run. I thought EU5 wasn't out yet. Yeah, it's not out yet, Splattered. In the chat, I've got the chat on the second screen, and once in a while I'm checking it. The release is on the 4th. This is like the preview build for press. So that's why I've got it already. You can only pre-order it, and if you actually pre-order it, which you can do on the Paradox website as well, you get the official soundtrack as like a free, like as a giveaway pre-order bonus kind of thing, and it's 203 tracks or so. Yeah, and the embargo for video coverage ended earlier today. That's why you see a lot of content, EU5 content now on YouTube and Twitch and so on. And there was before that there was even coverage, but that was like the big content creators. Okay, let's check. Let's check for trade again, because I feel like we need to get another building going. But for that I do want to check our trading, what we are actually missing. This is actually profitable. This one is not profitable. So salt is actually costing us. So let's actually trade locking is locked. So even when trade is automated, this trade will stay as is. That's actually cool. We're going to stop this trade. Maybe by right-clicking. Yes. And we have unused trade capacity. So what is it that we need? Pops. Where's the pops needs again? Let's check. Potters Guild, Stockholm Market. I think that's it. Sort by supply. Sort by goods balance. I think that's what we need to do. We need more clay. We're sorting that out already. We should get some fruit. can get it from Nuremberg. Can we get more? Our merchants have begun trading fruit from Nuremberg market to Stockholm market. That's really cool. This trade system is like entirely new to Europa Universalis. We can have more rivals. It would give us more conciliatory as well, but it's not as important anymore, I think. It's not making a profit. The vile Grand Principality of Muscovy has declared us their rival, so we can declare them our rival as well. We are stronger as well, so that's good. And Oreshek as well. Oreshek is here. We could maybe attack them eventually. Buildings missing inputs. We need clay and jewelry. We don't have the capacity for that. So let's check the Stockholm market. I wonder if there's a way to show us all the buildings we can build. This is our resource gathering operations. So we're currently already improving on that. And I think we just need to click on the individual guys in order to see what can be done. A scriptorium. Required production method. Okay, we would produce books with that. I think this would be quite helpful because we need books for university. A tannery. Potter's Guild. Die maker. What do we need for that? Possible production method. They need lumber actually only. Do we have people for that? 200 are needed, and we do have them. Does the jeweler need gold or silver? We don't have any of them. Let's build one die maker in Stockholm. And all of a sudden it's minus 2.2. It's maybe because we're buying some resources. Trade income is 1.55. Okay, let's speed things up a bit. It's really interesting to play without an army. I mean, how would we get an army? Raise levies? But we can only do it in war. We can't recruit regulars. Because we don't have any manpower. But for that we are building... Okay, we can actually click this away. All those small notifications here. No, we can't. Can we? Yeah, I think they will just stay there and then eventually it'll change. I can click here as well. I wonder if things will pop up. I hope so. Incompetent ruler, that's so bad. What's happening here? The Karelian Rebellion of 1337. The lands of Karelia became a battlefield between Veliki Novgorod and Sweden after our country got a foothold in Viborg. Yeah, that's Viborg. And what I would like to do actually is like fully maintain this particular fort, but not the others. I don't know if that's possible actually. Like in EU5, 4. And so to project our influence in the region, which collided with the Novgorodian outposts over the river Neva. This led to war, which was concluded by the Treaty of Göteborg in 1323. In recent times, an opportunity has arisen to support the Karelians to rise against them and weaken their country. We should take advantage of this opportunity. This would cost us gold. We change towards belligerent. That's fine by me. We gain prestige and support the independence fighters. Yeah, let's do that. This is the first of our events. That's like the Karelian Isthmus should be like this, I think. Neva. I can't. Or can I? Quiet production method? No. I don't think I can, maximize this with regards to maintenance. Now we're losing coin. That's really odd. I think it must have to do with like shifting control. 100 Years War. In the year of 1337, I think that was one of the reasons for the starting year was like the 100 Years War. Tensions between the Kingdom of England and the Kingdom of France have reached a breaking point. The long-standing disputes over territory and claims to the French throne have erupted into open hostilities, marking the beginning of the 100 Years War. Both nations are now preparing for a protracted conflict that will shape the destiny of Western Europe. The world watches as these two great powers prepare for their inevitable clash on the battlefield. The 100 Years War, that's now historic information, that's cool. The 100 Years War was a long and brutal conflict between England and France that lasted from 1337 to 1453. It started when the English king claimed the French crown, arguing his right through his mother's bloodline, while the French rejected this under their own laws. Both sides already had overlapping territories in France, which only fueled the fire. What followed was a prolonged on and off war, filled with battles, betrayals, and shifting alliances that dragged on for over a century and shifted the geopolitical landscape of all of Western Europe forever. Okay, there we go. I think that's not really going to affect us. And I think we could actually stop improving this relationship, but let's keep it improving. We can still, change things around. Yes, okay, we can do something here. We could join the alliance, but I'm not going to do that. I don't want to lose my peasants. What are they building? A sergeantry, okay. The Lord Republic of Veliki Novgorod have de-escalated the situation, choosing not to challenge our support for the Karelian rebellion. We gain 10 prestige. That's good. Gain more prestige, getting reputation, market attraction, and so on. And we soon really need those buildings to improve our income. 27 days, that's good. Pop needs. We need more fur. Fine cloth. Produced good. This type of goods that is produced by pops working in a building. In many cases, those buildings require raw goods that you get with those resource gathering operations. We need coal. How do we increase our trading capacity? That would be really nice, actually. La 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 la. Trading capacity. Trade. Economy. Trading. Count trades. We could reduce the gold trade. What we can also do now, because I think we've got some gold now in our market, we can We should start minting. Here you see, now we've got gold, which means we can't start minting. That's the inflation. It's still reducing. We don't have any inflation just yet. We can go to 0 inflation. We need to turn down the volume, I think, a bit. That's some very passionate singing. Possible reforms still open. RGOs missing a lot of people. Okay, now we get the... This is about to be finished. There we go. And now this starts. So this was actually queued. And this will finish on 13th March, 1339. So it will be the last building. $230 days. We are still in the negatives. But there's like, we will see what happens when the monthly tick takes place. Because I think this should have helped us out quite a bit. No, not really, actually. Still missing people, I think. Peasants able to promote, quite a few. Trade has around to supply, the fruit trade. That's a shame. Let's cancel it then. And let's check our market. Trade advantage is really bad. Now the Stockholm market. We get some jewelry maybe. I need to click on this from Cologne. We could go for this. Would be quite a nice profit actually. This should help out quite a lot. Let's see. I think it already helped out. Still in the negatives. Trade has run out of supply. Let's pause. Silver from Prague market. So we need to change that around. Now we can import something else. Suggested trades for government, suggested trades for building needs is actually fine cloth. Let's get it then. It's not super profitable. Relation needs. Fur would be very helpful. Let's get fur because it's profitable. Let's get it from Riga. And that should bring us into the positives. With the next tick. So what could we build here? A market village, for example. It's like a basic minimum building. But we don't have the coin. Let's see if the situation is improving. Unhappiness among the merchants, conflict and protest with merchants over our taxes, port duties, navy requisitions, trade laws, and customs. are becoming quite frequent and are having counterproductive effects for our economy. We can reduce trade investments for 2 years or get rid of the troublemakers. Let's reduce trade investments. That's a bit of a shame. Look at this. I think the year landscape is changing because it's December. There's lots of snow now. Gravel road to Sala is being built. What? Okay, that's interesting. Not sure why that's happening. A new outbreak. The people of Kirolia despair as their families and neighbors succumb to the relentless outbreak of smallpox, currently spreading throughout the area. Neighborhoods once bustling with activity now echo with worry and uncertainty. Unfortunately, there's little we can do to stop the spread of disease in our territory. That's bad. We wonder. I could cancel the construction. But there's no street to Sala yet, so it's actually not too bad. It's kind of central as well. Might actually help. We'll see. Doesn't tell me where it is. We need to go here and then we can find it. Okay, is there anything new down here? No. So I wonder why there's no like trade capacity up here. That would be helpful. We're losing now a lot of cash. Cost of the court. Fort maintenance, food. Buildings, cost of the court, diplomatic spending, trade expense. Okay, the trade is going downhill. Let's reduce this. This also went to 0. This is not very profitable. Let's bring this down a bit. Let's sort by what we can gain. So you would gain most by trading with Novgorod. Let's do it then. And then next up is liquor from Riga. And then Stockholm Bordeaux. So Jesuit imports for profit. That's an interesting category. Let's do that as well. So trade, really, really important. Let's get some more gold. But this is actually making negatives. Let's stop this. This is very odd. Oh, I didn't create that. Okay. I was... Okay. Let's create this. Let's stop this. Let's get this from Bruges. This should be profitable, but it's not. I think there must be some calculation that is not included here. Let's improve the opinion of these guys in Scania. Make them more happy. And here we can see developing upland. We can here immediately see how far they've gone already. That's good. There's no new stuff happening down here. That's odd. We did some trade orders, but they didn't really appear here. We're still losing gold. But not due to trading anymore. We lose a little bit here. The die maker will be ready in 52 days. Is there like a building queue that we can see? There must be like a building queue or something. We'll finish on 26th May, but it's going up. That's really odd. Is that a bug? Oh, the die maker is now ready. Maybe some resources were missing. And now we are finally building the sergeantry. So bear in mind, you can only build like one building at a time. And the gravel road is almost ready. So let's see how this changes the proximity. Let's speed things up. 23 days, 22, 20. We're now gaining cash, that's good. Not much, but still. Gravel road is now -7, -9. Don't know why. I think there was resources missing. Or maybe still is. The resources need to be transported, I guess. It's the only explanation I have right now. Gravel road is ready. And has it improved things? I'm not sure. The growing tension of the past years between Sweden and Novgorod is not being restricted only to border conflicts, but also to the religious issue. As the Protestant of each country consider the other to be schismatic. This topic has come to the mind of King Magnus IV of Bielbo, which has decided to promote a risky offer for Novgorod, hold a theological debate to determine which confession is right on its dogma, the loser country having to convert to the other. Some of his advisors think that is a wonderful idea, while others are more cautious. We will challenge him. And the Novgorod dude is, I think, way more skilled than us. How are we supposed to... They are just filthy... yeah. Because I don't want to become orthodox with my Sweden, so let's just say that. Still missing a lot of employees, buildings missing input, we're missing jewelry. Which buildings are missing jewelry? Pop needs. So we're not currently building anything that will bring us gold, so that's a bit of a problem. We have now researched organized religion, which gives us the following benefits. Possible clerics in towns and cities, max literacy. Now let's go for the advanced tree and see what else we can go for. Institution growth, possible burghers, and monthly diplomats. Let's go for the literacy for burghers. A guild is an association of merchants or craftsmen who have come together for mutual protection, aid, and for the pursuit of their own interests. Guilds establish monopolies of their goods and trade and set standards for the quality and price of their goods. Now, currently, nowadays, companies and administrations and so on, they have also guilds. And the purpose of a guild is, it has a topic like, let's say, AI or the use of AI as an example. And then you are supposed to promote this topic in your organization. You can have like coachings and, see how to implement stuff and whatnot. And actually, the word guild comes, I think, from gildere, which means to drink together, which is really funny. Yeah, so let's go for that. Rush of merchants. Trade expansion has led to a growing desire among our merchants to start new trade ventures. Welcome extra merchants. We gain rush of merchants. Burgers' trade capacity goes up quite a bit. Or extra benefits. Trade advantage. Let's go for welcome extra merchants. Then we can trade more. We need to pause for that now. Because we don't want to miss out on the coin. Economy. Trading. Manual trade capacity is actually still the same. And how can I change my trade capacity? Let's check. Trade capacity. Yeah, well, I think we would have to go for the wiki or the dev diary. Possibly like buildings and such. But with our coin, it's, really difficult. Obviously, buildings cost as well. Trade income is very limited, actually. Could we actually export stuff? I think it would just be demanded from us. Maybe. Or can we export? Missing inputs. Jewelry and fine cloth. I mean, we did build this rural cloth maker. He's using wool cloth makers, and there are no laborers currently. He's using wool to make cloth, but what we need is fine cloth, actually. They could get a market village, but just not yet. The one... Buildings missing employees, that's very bad. I really hope they get some. Current employment 1878, but where are they? Peasants can be theoretically promoted. Now with the burgers, we don't really get more trade capacity. But let's check the reforms again, because I now feel like foreign Diplomatic range and trade range might actually be helpful. Let's do it. Okay. Now this was supposed to be ready like ages ago, but there's still a need for leather and masonry. It needs to be, all this stuff needs to be delivered. 595 days delayed, basically. We kind of need more sturdy grains, which we could build here. Yeah, without coin, we can't build anything really. And we're now losing money again. My guess it's due to trade. Yeah, a daughter is born, Christina. Let's call her Helga. Let's reduce this a bit because it's not making that much profit. What is suggested for people is this. This from Bruges would be nice, I mean. And this is for profit. Some jewelry from Cologne. And Lübeck. And Praha. And here it's not appearing. I don't know why that is. Open setting. Here you can do all those settings. But this is not. Even when I click it and press OK, it's not disappearing. I think that must be a bug. Now this promises a huge profit. Okay, now it doesn't. Okay, let's go for this then. Let's go for fur from Novgorod. Doesn't work. This is now not the same visuals, I think. That's weird. Okay, this is what I wanted to see again. Okay. For building needs, yeah, let's go for... Let's get this from Krakow. Trade over large distances can be risky if profitable. The weather brigands and pirates remain a threat on land as well as on the water. Normally the Borger stranded can cope with a certain amount of mishaps and they have their own ways to protect themselves and ensure their cargo. Lately, however, things have been going badly for a large number of merchant families. And some are on the brink of bankruptcy. Compensate them? We don't have the coin for that. I'm really sorry. Underage air. Let's close that. Our chancellor reports. We bring sad news. Knut has died. That's bad. Is there like a notification now? Yes. Let's pause quickly. It's almost the next month. Oh, they're all not so good. This one is slightly better. We might need him as a... Well, let's take him. We can... I don't know if he can still become an officer. We will find out. Okay, let's unpause. Thanks a lot to still 18 people watching in the stream. Thank you very much. So this is the manpower we are getting up to a maximum of 116. Turn down the volume a little bit, I think. But yeah, smallpox, we can't do anything. We could recruit like one stack of footmen. Trade has run out of supply. Let's stop that then. We want gold. There's no gold. Let's go for the profit. Okay, actually, we can export down here. Making profit of 0.26. Let's do it. Inefficient minting, unfortunately. Because we need gold. I think we need to cut our expenses a little bit. Our legitimacy is already quite high. Growth of Stockholm attracts Bondestandard. It seems as if Bondestandard are moving out of the hinterlands of Kastelholm and aim to earn living here. We accept. Centralization, yeah. Let's do it. Let's reduce this. Now we had to take a loan, that's a big shame. Okay, this is now giving us a minus, that's not what I want. Need to increase the taxes a little bit. Okay, we are now paying interest. That's bad. Need to reduce the fort maintenance. Get us into the positives. Riksdag possible. We can now call in our estates to the Riksdag to resolve any parliament issues. In Stockholm. Let's debate. Huh. We gain army tradition. Let's go naval infrastructure. Parliament has been called. Okay. Will be a bit costly, but it should be okay. Okay, okay. What's happening here? First Navy. The influence of Stockholm. The current debate in the Riksdag on how to best protect domestic production has attracted the attention of many in Stockholm. This important position in the Riksdag has come to support us in the debate, in the hope that it will benefit from the suggested policy. Good. And again, we're losing a lot of coin. We could intervene against Moscow. I don't think we will. Minting is not very efficient at all. We really need to get gold again. Now let's see what happens if we automate the trade here, if that actually helps us. 1.51 is the minus. Let's see. You need to get a drink. Let's see what the AI does. Yeah, pretty much the same. But we're not getting any gold. We need to pause. Because we really need to get gold. Stockholm, Prague, let's get that. What's that? Is that iron? No, that's silver. I don't think I want to automate trade, to be honest. Okay, the recent banking crisis in Tuscany has led to the collapse of one of the banks that lent us their gold. In this financial chaos, we believe we can get away with not repaying the loans to what remains of the bank. Oh, the Tuscan bank crisis of the 1340s manifested itself in the bankruptcy of three powerful Florentine banks, the Bardi, Peruzzi, and the Acciaioli families. The economic crisis was caused by multiple factors, the most important being the troubles of the Florentine Republic, found itself in following the war against the Della Scala in 1337-1338 and the later campaign against the Republic of Pisa. Another significant contribution factor was the excessive lending done to King Edward III of England, who was unable to repay the loans. We gain lack of financial credibility, scaled by plus. We lose a little bit of... Yeah, let's do that. The fate of southern Holland. The King of Denmark is still in debt, and we have the money to spare. We could offer to buy Laholm and Aspo from them to unify our lands in Scania. That would be great. In 1341, King Magnus IV Eriksson of Sweden acquired southern Halland from the impoverished Danes. The purchase was a diplomatic and strategic victory, securing Sweden a stronger presence on the western coast and closer access to key trade routes. Though Halland would later become a battleground between Denmark and Sweden, the acquisition marked an early assertion of Swedish influence in the region. But it would cost us 250 gold. But yeah, let's do it. With the debt, it's no problem. The King of Denmark have accepted. And yeah, trading silver. We gun fur, but this is not changing down here. I think this is a bug. Our merchants have begun trading silver and from Stockholm to Moscow market. Okay. So Laholm and Halmstad are new. As you can see, we hardly gain any coin. So from this perspective, it was not worth it because our control is so limited and the distance is massive. So we're going to need to make a debt. Yeah, here we take out loans. It was done automatically, good. Why did they take out 359? I think that's with including the interest. One of the more difficult things about being a parliamentarian has less to do with the debates in Stockholm, but more with how to sell the debates and compromises to the people back home. Still, a local Riksdag member will often have an easier time explaining a new text than would the collector sent by the central government in less representative systems. It seems that the Riksdag's members in general, and the ones from Sala in particular, have become so adept at defending policies that we have seen a resulting rise in the support of the central government as a whole. It's good. Okay. We have researched guilds, that's very good. So now we can go for something down here as well. Diplomatic capacity. Cost of purchasing food reduced, I think is quite helpful. Let's go for that first. Monthly army tradition is quite nice. Yeah, actually I prefer the other path. So here we get diplomas, not so important, but cultural tradition, stability investment. That would be really good. Let's go for this. Let's cancel this. And go for Roman Orthodoxy. And then go for stability investment. Unfortunately, we are still losing coin, albeit not much. In an effort to unify and modernize the legal framework of our society, King Magnus IV has enacted a comprehensive legal code known as the King Magnus IV's Country Law. This legislation replaces the old provincial laws with a standardized legal system, strengthening royal authority and promoting fairness across the land. However, while the Adelstrand and the Borgerstrand welcome the legal clarity, some regional lords resist the erosion of local privileges. How shall we implement this legal reform? Magnus Eriksson's Landslag, enacted in 1341, was Sweden's first attempt to unify its legal system by replacing the older provincial laws with a standardized code. It strengthened royal authority, promoted fairer judicial practices, and improved legal consistency across the kingdom. While it modernized governance, it faced resistance from local lords who were reluctant to cede their traditional privileges. Yeah, let's go. Centralization. Okay, now suddenly we are losing so much. The trades ain't actually that bad. The interest obviously is the factor, I guess. Minor scandals occurred in Stockholm. During the current debate, it seems that rather than attending the sessions personally, some members of the Riksdag were out disturbing the peace and harassing their fellow countrymen. The outrage is great, both among their peers and in the streets, and this incident is likely to haunt future parliaments for years. Let it slide or arrest them. Let's arrest them. Okay, now we need to reduce that. We need to not lose that much money. We're not gaining anything here, so let's just stop that. Suggested imports for profit. Suggested exports for profit. Okay, let's see. We failed to get increased naval infrastructure through the Reichstag. We lost 7 stability, that's bad. And here I'm going to stop the YouTube video. Thanks a lot for watching. Until then, bye for now. But the stream continues and I will restart YouTube as well. Hello YouTube, welcome back to my stream recording of me learning how to play Europa Universalis 5. And again, trade has run out of supply. That's bad. Gold from Cologne. We'll get more gold. Suggested food imports. Let's go for this. Okay. Now things are changing here. That's good. Let's unpause. Can we actually see the road that goes into Siala? Not really. Maybe this. Still losing prestige. Trade office network is almost ready. Yeah, we have to take another loan. That's going to be a spiral downhill. We need to do something. I think we need a market village. And so for that I'm going to take a loan. And then we're going to change that. Turn on the sound a little bit. The soundtrack, by the way, is pretty good. You can get it as a pre-purchase bonus with 203, I think it's 203 tracks. So this would give us quite a bit of profit. How much profit would this give us? 0.47. This gives us 0.8687. Here we go. Let's rather build this then. How long is it going to take? 132 days. Let's run out. The people of our kingdom have always been superstitious, and the appearance of a comet in the sky has caused a panic among them. They are convinced that it is a sign that the end of times is near, or that something terrible is going to happen in the near future. Oh man. And we're losing stability yet again. Not much of England left in France. We do have a little bit of capacity. Feels a bit like Victoria 3, to be honest. Okay, let's get some coal. Yeah, our mining efficiency is really bad. 82 days for the farms. Bad weather. My son is born. That's fantastic. Sigurd. And we've reached 20 viewers again. Thanks a lot for tuning in. As I try to, learn the game a bit. It's just, learning by doing. Just go for it and try what you can do. I feel like we could potentially do a little bit more with the estates. They're all kind of happy. They are not, the burghers, because they had like a bad event. Market attractions. Makes them happy. Let's allow it. And let's monitor this. Kronan is 11.04. It still is, but we'll see in the next month. We lost even more. Farm is almost ready. The cloth maker still needs more people. Let's quickly take a look at the trading. It's actually all still ongoing, but we need gold. So we need to stop this less profitable trade and go for gold. Okay. I have asked us to intercede in a marriage between two families of the Adel stranded. The issue lies in the bride being of a different faith than the one our predestined support. Adult-stranded marriages tend to be public affairs, so the subsequent festival would attract a lot of attention and send an improper message about how our kingdom feels about our other faiths. Our religious censorship laws are not meant to intervene in this. Never mind how this would damage our relationship with the adult standard. But this is a great opportunity to adapt the predestined to us. Prevent the marriage on moral grounds. Love is free. No. No, they really hate us. Our merchants have begun trading saffron from Bordeaux market to Stockholm. That's good. I hope. Is automation on? No. Okay. How can we make them a bit happier? Elaborate court life. But costs court go up. We can't afford that. Hmm. It's nothing I want really. Hmm. Where can we cut expenses? We need to reduce the fort maintenance. Hmm. Hmm. Can I increase the taxes here a bit? We really need gold. Great, we have taken a loan. Okay, and there will be insurgents. Well, let's go for this. No, max control goes down. No, no, no. Okay. We're trading fine cloth, fur, gold. We're still losing coin. And we're not really doing anything about it. We need to make them happier. The adults joined it. But with what? Let's go for this. We get some serfdom, but it's gonna be fine. We need them to be a bit happier. Huh. Trading has run out of supply. Gold. Okay, okay. Is there anything we could do now? Unused trade capacity, that's what we can do. Suggested food imports, let's do it. And this now seems to be working. And we're still losing so much coin. It's incredible. Let's go for land of commerce. Production efficiency goes up. Here we go. I need to change this person. Where is covered? Okay. It's also not so new to wear the trade network. Loan taken over. Oh. Huh. What shall we do? Free thinkers not persecuted. Our policy of letting philosophers, administrators, and scientists to pursue knowledge unfettered by governmental or religious restrictions has led to a burst of activity. As alongside universities of our capital, we gained free thinkers for 10 years. Monthly research progress plus 15%. Fantastic. We've got universal Christianity, so let's go for the next one. Huh. Just 1 second, where is it? Here. That's okay. Then we can go for this. Maximum RGO size and then construction speed. First of January is still not profitable. The Age of Renaissance has arrived. This is the dawning of the Age of Renaissance. A new era of knowledge, arts, and progress is emerging due to growing interactions and institutions in the medieval societies affected by Pax Mongolica, the Islamic Golden Age, and the European Renaissance. Okay, we can go for a focus. which determines the advances, interestingly. Huh. Administrative, I do like. Not sure if we will fight that much. Debts and loans. I think we're going to go cost of court going down. Let's go for administrative focus. I think that already helped. In the cabinet, I want this guy to do something else. Stabilize country. Huh. Strengthen government is an option. Yeah, this is the best way to immediately strengthen our government power. Okay. Discovery is taking place. Now the aristocracy is still like a big problem. And the kronen is down to 9.87%. That's a lot. Trade route has run out of supply, that's gold. Helga gained the gifted trait. Ability increase, that's good. Norway have proposed that Swedish-Norwegian Union enact a policy for the Union Foundation. Votes can be cast, we need to check that out. Union integration. Members leave the Union when they no longer have the same ruler. Okay. Yeah, let's continue here, and we do have some trade capacity. We need gold. It's a bit too often that I have to, re-click, and the guys where I got stuff from are then suddenly not available. So what do you want here from me? No, maintain federal status. The same places a lot of people are missing. Hmm, okay, let's speed things up a bit. Voting for established seniority. Hmm. This is the vote. Senior partner and junior partner special status. Sweden becomes a senior partner. That's good, actually. Yeah. And here I can't join that. It's still in the negatives. It's incredible. Okay. Now we should make a small profit. But we're not building anything that could save the day, to be honest. Okay. Like 5 more minutes, and I think then that's it for this stream. Let's speed things up a bit to see what else might be happening. No war so far or anything like that. Institution appeared in Venetia. Banking, money lending has existed since metal-based coins appeared in antiquity. However, it depends that on some individuals and their family groupings or on the ancient states. The shift occurred in the Middle Ages, encouraged by the renewed growth of long-range commercial activities in the Eurasian continent and its peripheries. Specialized moneylenders began to organize when Jewish communities started operating between the Christian and Islamic worlds. However, the boom of credit demand that followed the Crusades in the 12th century encouraged merchants in the Italian city-states to create larger structures for money, lending, effectively founding the first banking institutions, such as the Peruvian Barley House. More instruments were developed, like bills of exchange and debt bonds, and banking dynasties such as the Medici, Foggia, or Welser soon became as powerful as states. Okay, and there's now another institution starting now in the 14th century. The wealthy and powerful in the Italian city-states have been patronizing artists and scholars willing to explore the old Roman and Greek societies of their forefathers. As a cultural movement, the Renaissance already encompasses most of the region and has had a profound impact on literature, art, philosophy, and music. Humanist scholars are also analyzing the society in which they live, clearing it to the ideals of the classical philosophers. Renaissance humanism has grown into a more mature movement ready to permeate all aspects of society. A new ideal for rulers, as well as those who are ruled, is spreading as quickly as the early printers can distribute copies of these new ideas. A true Renaissance humanist is an expert on everything from politics and philosophy to art, textual analysis, music, and architecture. The Renaissance is now ready to reshape the world to better fit its classical ideals. Okay. Okay. Venetia, professional armies. Armies have existed since war was invented many thousands of years ago. However, their form has changed over the centuries. And different types of recruitment and organization have developed in different cultures and periods. In the late Middle Ages, armies in a wide range of societies relied on levies based on the structure of feudal society with knights and footmen forming a corps that was levied seasonally. In some regions, however, states were powerful enough to finance standing armies with professional soldiers who would be available for the duty throughout the year. This system was also developed in Europe after the outbreak of the Hundred Years' War, being one of the main changes that promoted a military revolution in the early modern age. Increasing the size and quality of professional armies while funding new resources of revenue to finance them soon became one of the main challenges for rulers around the world. So this is here. Okay. We have now researched Roman Orthodoxy, and I think I've queued the next one as well, so that's good. We're still losing a little bit of money. The strengthening of the privileges of the adult strand is severely upsetting the Borger strand. This is creating turmoil. That's really bad. Okay. Some trade routes have again disappeared. Gold again. But we need gold. We can get gold again from Praha. This is very odd. A new outbreak. Influenza, that's bad. Okay. Now this is obviously a problem with the rebellious estates. They should be happy. How can I increase crown power? Okay, okay. Advances through the ages that increase the crown power. Making a small profit, fantastic. And it's increasing. I think it's also because we probably pay less and less interest. Let's check that. 2.6. Still 2.6, or does it not update? No, it's still 2.6. Okay, what do we have here? Again, a gold problem. No active policy. Foundation laws. Sweden becomes a senior partner. Let's do that. Vote for established seniority. Let's try. But you will see the outcome in the next YouTube video. I'm going to end it here. It's just too late. Thanks a lot for watching at YouTube. And I'm continuing the stream for a few moments. Until then, bye for now. So hello guys, thanks a lot for watching. That's really cool. There were like 15 to 20, even a bit more people most of the time. And I will try to continue this Let's Play on the stream. But we'll see. I think definitely a YouTube recording. But I might not stream every episode, so you can follow it on YouTube. This was just like, the kickoff for my EU5 experience. Hope you enjoyed it. And I actually need to pause. Thanks a lot for watching. Until then,